All right. Today's agenda is pretty much to just get these team IDs to work. Game state just keeps resetting its keeps resetting the team data list that we're setting beforehand. Like this game state should be, it should be replicated. So here the players are connecting to the lobby itself. That's post login. We're getting the game state here. And we're calling the function add or create team data. And it is the authority. Now, is the net role the server? I mean, it should be. The lobby game mode is, it's only run on the server. What I can actually do here is probably turn this into two different if statements here. Actually have something about the game state replication as well. That I'm using as a reference here. Remote role's probably not set yet. So it looks like there's certain places that we can actually call for replication to take place. could actually do something else here. Let's filter by net mode instead. It's a bit slower, but it's more reliable. The annoying part is seamless travel is technically broken in Unreal Engine right now, so I can't even like use it to properly test this. So I have to basically act like every client is connecting to the lobby, then they get disconnected, but then reconnect again afterwards. So none of their player states actually will stay. They'll get basically reset, so I can't store any variables on them. As authority is the listen server. We're adding and creating team data. I mean, technically I can force replication. At this point. I wonder what is causing seamless travel to break. If I can just get this fixed, I won't have to bother with doing all this. I gotta see what is actually causing this crash. And I know this does crash as soon as I launch. Wait, do I have a transition level set up? I'm looking in the wrong spot for level. I clicked on preferences. I need project settings. Is it not level? Oh, map. Transition map is a lobby. Yeah, that's not right. Let's close that. Create a transition level. Easiest thing to do for transition is literally just do empty level. Control S here. Transition. I think actually this is why it was breaking. I hope it's that easy at least. Oh my god. That really was the reason. Yep, set the true. Okay, well, let's change up how we do this then. It should only be the listen server doing this. But honestly, we can get rid of a majority of these things. Okay. So we're setting the team ID here. Then we're gonna check as authority. Actually get local role. I'm also going to clear out some of these useless logs at this point. We really don't need all of them. I think the majority of them are actually coming from the HUD that we set up before. Yeah, so this is when we were testing out our casting widget. Those are fine. That's fine. That's good. Anything else we want to get rid of? Something in our character itself, we probably just want to axe. I can't believe the reason level streaming wasn't working because I just totally forgot to put a transition level in. I must have set it at some point. I don't know why I set it to lobby. Makes no sense. Stop searching world settings, that would probably be a good thing. Okay. So they're set to 255. I'm gonna actually remove the messages from filter again so I could just see what I have here. This was set. This message I don't really care about right now because I'm actually more than likely going to remove this entirely since we're just going to have all this stuff saved onto the player state instead. Post login, we have a valid game state. Yep. All this is also going to get axed. All we're concerned about is the player state having its generic team ID set. So with that being said, let's get rid of the HUDs. I might do a rep notify. And just print that it was replicated. There's probably another way to confirm that, but this is the quickest thing that I can think about. This is going to be different on everyone's instance of the game. I'm pretty certain. We're gonna do this anyways. You know what I also just thought of? Where's my begin play at? Okay, no, it is capitalized. I believe there's a default team ID with a lowercase d, and in hindsight, creating it this way wasn't probably the best way to do this. That's okay. What we're gonna do here, just get rid of these guys. On a Nick game, we're also going to get rid of that. You can probably also print out the player state's name in correlation to the team ID as well, just to get some more information on this. Okay. Team counter 0, team counter 255. But we also want to check to make sure that our remote role is autonomous proxy to ensure that we're a locally controlled character, because the server has authority over everything anyways. On rep team ID. Yep, okay. 0. Can play set generic team ID 2. Okay. So player state 0 should have game state. Oh, that's C0. So those are going to differ from the actual names here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they're all set just fine here. So let's see what happens when we traverse. It's gonna reset them. Well, oh wait, they're all created again. Look at that. 3, 4, 5. think I have to override that copy properties function. Let's see here. Yeah, it has to be overridden. Okay, that's no big deal. Man, my keyboard must be at a pretty weird angle. I'm off on a lot of this. Actually, since this is being overridden, it's going to change up the naming of this real quick. Let's just do that. So from what it says here, is that copy properties is called on the old player state, and the incoming argument is the new player state. So with that being said, we would want to do player state set generic team ID to be our current team ID, like that. Just for future reference, I'm going to change this to in new player state. So if I ever have to use this again, I know exactly what I'm doing. Did it work? Man, that is such a good feeling. Alright, it's gonna be a lot easier to set everything up now. Looks like it is working as intended here. Yeah, so it looks like with seamless travel, it's going to make our lives a lot easier. There's definitely still a way to like replicate variables to the game state and just like pull it off of that. But why not use this technology when it's available? All right. So with that being said, we can go in and probably change this guy up a bit. Because I don't think we're going to... The game state's not going to have any effect on this anymore, so we can probably just get rid of these entirely. I'm not going to use them. Same with this, assign team ID. Same with that as well. The game mode's going to take care of remaining players. Or should I actually do that here? Because I'm already updating score. Is this even a... Yeah, it is a fleshed out function already. Gotta make a note here, actually. Okay. Arena game mode. This is what we were working on before. So when this does add the score, okay, that's just something for updating the HUD. That's fine. Update top score. Where is this guy called? So that's called here. Check remaining teams. We could probably, for the scoreboard for the lobby, we could probably just show remaining teams there. So we'll create like a game state function for that purpose. Pretty much all of this can actually be all of this can be axed. On the player state, we're setting the team ID there. We could probably use the custom struct that we made before that has all the team data. This guy. Player ID, I don't think we're going to need that. We used that when we were trying to they left you? What do you mean they left you? They betrayed you. Uh-oh, that's not good. What happened? You also don't have to tell me. Yeah, that sucks, man. But oof. Yeah, that's rough. I mean, honestly, like if you can't get along with your dev team, it wasn't really gonna work out in the long run. And you never want to get too committed to a project with the team that you know, you're basically going to be like living with, quote unquote, for the remainder of the project. You just gotta find people you vibe with. So we're actually gonna make a function here to set this up. I'm gonna put it right next to my team stuff. Actually sets player state team data. Oh, so you still got two people at state. Trust me, doing this stuff solo is incredibly difficult because you're kind of have to learn everything on your own. Alright, so for seamless travel, we also have to make sure that we are setting this property as well, so we don't lose it when we travel. The rest annoyed me, the other two never did, and respected me, so if they will stay loyal. Hey, there you go. Sounds like you have some people that actually will stick with you through thick and thin. That's what counts at the end of the day. Alright, so when we traverse from the lobby to the actual level, we're going to maintain this team data. So like any squads or teams that we set up beforehand, we'll keep their team ID when they head into the map. Also, the music stopped playing. There we go. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just trying to teach people. There's not too many people that do like C++ stuff that I've seen. Like a little bit here and there. So I'm here to answer questions and help anybody out that needs it. Team title list, okay. I know I'm like bouncing around like a bunch of functions right now, but I'm actually just thinking of how I want to like create the architecture for this and like where I want to put things to have it make sense in the long run. The worst thing that you have to do is like go back and refactor an entire like feature out of a section that you put it in. Yeah, what's up? I did not. Is that like a, I'm gonna be super ignorant here. Is that a country, a city? What would that be? We don't need the game state anymore. Lobby is where we're setting this information. When the character logs in, it's getting set here, but that's not how we want to do it. A city inside the Middle East? In the Middle East? It got snow? That's crazy, what? I mean, maybe I'm just like stupid, but that's pretty wild. Yeah. I guess global warming is actually real. Who would have thought? Yeah, we got a bit of snow where I'm currently at right now. I am not a fan of it. Okay, check remaining teams. Don't want that. We want to add or create team data. I'm actually going to copy this function over. I believe we're going to need it in both spots. Whoa, whoops, there we go. Actually, are we though? Add or create team data. Actually, I think the way I want to do this is get rid of this. What I'll probably have it do is, when you select the team, it'll save it to the player state. When every character joins into the actual game itself, the game mode will pull that data off the player state and then sort it to the correct team that way. Oh my god. That's crazy. I know here in the US when Texas started getting snow, maybe like what, 2 years ago or something, 3 years? There's like a massive cold front that like moved in and shut off their power for a while. That was pretty crazy. Yeah, so this is just gonna handle sorting the teams when players join. So I'm not going to mess with that. The lobby is where I actually need players to select their teams. And then once they're set, we'll store it on the player state. So if that's the case, we'll also take in player state as the parameter as well, so we know which player clicked on this. Gotta make that pointer as well. Jesus. When was the last time it actually snowed there? If you say never, honestly, I'd probably believe you. Why is this throwing a fit? Oh. That's why. Gotta forward declare this. We also don't need the game instance anymore. And this is also going to get axed. Okay, we got select team here. So now what we're going to do is actually create a widget that opens up on everybody's screen when they join the lobby. They'll be able to select the team from there. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think it ever snowed in the Middle East. It's pretty crazy. Well, not never snowed in the Middle East, but Not that I heard of. Alright. So we got all that working. Let's just create a super basic widget then. I might already have one made here in C++. Anything named a lobby widget. Not that I can see, so I'll just make one. Super basic. Create a user widget. I'm just gonna name this lobby widget. What we're going to do is just make some buttons and then have the buttons communicate with our current game mode via RPC, or server RPC. So as soon as VS Code loads here, I'll show you how to do that. Real quick, what I'm going to do is just head to one of my other widgets that I had. Yep, live coding. That's great. Thank you. I appreciate the refresh. So I'm just going to steal something from my ability widget here. But whenever you're creating something in C++ and you need it to communicate with like your blueprint widgets, this uProperty macro is insanely important. This is actually how you bind stuff. Yeah, I don't blame people for wanting to come and see that. That's pretty crazy. It's actually really rare. Also, always make these private. We'll just call this select team button. We do not want this to be a text block. Make that a U button. Let's get our included in here. It is a component. Button.h. Wait, components. Yep, there we go. We do not want to do this in native construct. We could make a function real quick called like initialize component. So when people join the lobby, after post login, this widget will be created and the buttons will be set up. So just call this initialize lobby widget. So I'm probably, since like this is something like pretty basic and it's not really intense on the CPU, I'm gonna make this blueprint callable, because in the lobby level we can just have this widget created and add it to our viewport. Now, the way you actually get buttons to work is they have a built-in delegate, which is the same thing as like a blueprint event. So when we go to like select team button, right? I believe it's on click. Yeah, on clicked right here. And now we want to bind it to a function. VS Code loves to pitch this internal add dynamic thing, but like that is not how it works. So I'm just going to Control Z back out. We want it to be for this object, the widget object, and the function. Since it's going to be within this class, we can just do this. Or use this class macro. Typically you would have to do it like this. Just make it the class name. And then we'll just do assign team. What is this button going to do? When you click it, it's going to assign you to a new team. So yeah, I guess that actually works. And also, there's been an increase in total rain a few years ago. 2 weeks average rain last year. 5 thunderstorms this year. Oh my god. It sounds like horrible weather. Assign team isn't created yet, which is why this is having a problem. One of the most important things to understand about delegates in Unreal Engine is whenever you have to use add dynamic, this is essentially a macro for Unreal Engine. You have to assign the function with the U function macro above it. But you only have to do this in the parent class. If you override this function in like a child class, you don't have to do that. It only has to be for where it's actually created in the parent. Very hot or very rainy. Yeah, it sounds terrible to me. I'll keep the mixed weather where I live. Okay. So assign team. No in between. Yeah. I'm good on that. Now we gotta think here about how these buttons are gonna signify what team that you're trying to assign to. What we could do is make like a custom button, and the button itself will have like a variable in it with like an ID that we can just assign. I did that before in a couple other buttons that I made, and it's usually the easiest route to go. So when you click on it, it'll just pull that variable off and use it. Any weird weather patterns in your area or country? No, it's pretty boring where I am. There used to be a lot more snow, but not anything as crazy as what's happening everywhere else. Yeah, so it's a pretty custom button here. Whoa. I thought it crashed. Okay, we're good. We'll just call this team selection button. Yeah. I've created like so many widgets, but a lot of this stuff is like second nature, and I've crashed like my editor so many times making these things by not using correct macros. Oh man, one time I spelled like animation wrong in one of the U property macros, and like the animation was never playing after I like clicked on something. That was really pissing me off for like an hour until I looked back and saw that I just forgot the I in animation. So that was pretty fun. Okay, so in our button here, rain has increased in the recent years, and it snowed in the Middle East for the first time in like 20,000 years. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's crazy. Team button ID. By default, I'm just gonna make this 0, because that's where they would start anyways. Alright. Now, the way that we transfer this data here is going to be through delegates. We can just make a custom delegate or a custom event in Blueprints that does that. How do I want to do this? So when it's clicked, it'll send it there. Yeah, alright, I'm just kind of planning this out in my head. Declare delegate, one param. F, what do I want to name this? Team selection delegates. Sure. UN8. Put a comment in here too of what this UN8 actually is for future reference. Did you know in Medina, is that how you pronounce that? A city in Saudi Arabia, the desert is turning green. Wait. Oh wow, really? It's actually affecting the environment that much there? That's really crazy. Green grass and trees are growing in the desert now because of that? Wow. This is returning, yeah. I'm just gonna name it what I named the parameter that this delegate returns. If I spelled one correctly, this would turn purple, I'm pretty sure. There we go. In team ID. Alright. So, when creating delegate here, just gotta make this accessible. So we're just gonna make a delegate handle that anything can grab that needs it. Yeah, but that's pretty crazy. I didn't know it was that that intense. Let's see here. I'll just name something called like submit team ID. And this will broadcast this delegate for us. I also actually need to create a function to initialize this button. So on clicked, right? We're gonna add dynamic. I'm gonna use this here. This also has to be a U function now. Probably going to get rid of that other delegate we set up, just because I'm going to be doing it this way now. Alright, submit team ID. So when we click, we're going to execute with our button ID. Like that. What was my reaction about that? That's crazy. I mean, like, it's a desert, so you wouldn't imagine that trees and grass, you know, would grow there, but that's wild. Yeah, I can't really fathom that, to be honest with you. What are we doing here? It says it needs to be U function. It is. It's probably just Visual Studio just messing up. Alright. So we don't want this anymore. When we click that button, it's going to broadcast the team ID here. We need to set up a delegate in our lobby widget. So I'll just use this here, actually. Just say in team ID. And this does not need to be U function anymore since we're not using like a multicast delegate or an Unreal Engine macro for that. Oh yeah, I've eaten frozen watermelon before. Well, not completely, but you know, super cold. It's like a kind of like a water ice texture. All right. Select team button ID. Now, the lobby itself, right? I gotta figure out how many buttons I want this lobby to be. I could make this like dynamic. So I could have something create like a list of buttons and like fill a vertical box or like a grid. So I'm never like hard coding how many selections there would be. And this would make it way easier to use this code in the future on a different project, since I can just scale the size of this lobby to however big I want it to be. And I think that sounds pretty good to me. Did you know the deserts in the Middle East used to be forests but turned into deserts about 20,000 years ago? That I did know. I knew that the world was like completely different back then, and at least some parts of the Middle East had forest. But yeah, I mean, I'm not a historian or anything. Okay. So with that in mind, we can just make a T array. Of buttons. And this won't be U button anymore. This will be our custom class that we just made. Oh my god, that's crazy. I mean, hopefully it doesn't happen, but yeah. You never know. Do I want to use a for loop for this to just create these? Yeah, I will. While I is less than in button. Let's see here. I'm gonna create some buttons inside of this. T subclass of U user widget. Can I do this? Oh, I need to include it. Yeah, trees are pretty cool. Alright, take care, man. Have a good day. See ya. The VODs will probably be up later, too. You can check them out and see what progress we made by the end of this. I'm hoping to have the lobby completed by the end of the stream here. We're getting really close. I got the replication stuff down, so it's mainly just setting up buttons at this point. But I want to make sure that what we create is scalable, because I'm going to try to make some like some pretty crazy lobbies of like 50 or more people. We'll see if it can actually handle it though. Widgets, team selection button. Yeah, we're just going to use a static class, so I don't think we need to put a U property of like a T subclass macro in there. Because when we create this button, like dynamically, we're just going to set the team ID in increments. Alright, so this raises like another question, right? Of this is going to be like a really dynamic system. I'm using that word a lot here, but we need to know like how many different teams there's going to be, how many different players there's going to be as well, and how this is going to be broken up. So when we initialize this lobby widget, we need to take into account those couple of things. So button amount, honestly, probably isn't a good way to do this. It's probably just going to be total players, and then we take in total teams, and then we can just divide that way. I don't think there's ever going to be a scenario where we're going to have like one team size is going to be like only 2 players and the other one's going to be like 4. So I think this is a alright way to do it. Let's see here, and amount of teams. Alright. So amount of players is going to be what we're going to use to dictate how many buttons we create at this point. Now, when we're assigning team IDs for temp button, we could get a little bit fancy with it, actually. I gotta create a setter for this, so we're able to actually manipulate this variable when we're initializing it. Shit. Oh, not what I... Oh, team button ID. Got it. Alright. So... I could do... I could divide by the amount of teams. And get the team ID that way. Oh my gosh, I always forget this. Does UN8 floor or does it go above? I think it goes above 0. So if, like, for instance, we divide 1 by 4, right? In a float, that's like 0.25. But int actually automatically just goes to 1. Which, I mean, that means our team sizes would start from 1 and go up from there. Which, is that a bad thing? There's a way around it where we can start from team 0 by doing something like this, where we go in amount of players, right? Divided by in amount of teams. Or no, we want I, not in amount of players. Yes. Yeah, we want to use I here. Let me subtract 1 from it. I believe this is going to give us 0. But we can clamp it. Just in case. Well, no, it can't go negative. So with UN8, it actually can't be a negative integer. What will happen is it'll just max out at 255. It'll actually just go all the way back around to the very top. Okay. I think this works. Or it should work in theory. But what if... No. Oh, I does start at 0. So 0, yeah. Okay, so the first iteration of this would actually make it... I mean, then what I could do is just do I plus 1 here. And artificially inflate I to 1 this way. So then this right here would equal 1 minus 1. It'll set this to 0. I mean, there's also another way of doing it. It looks a bit uglier, but we could just say if I equals 0, we just set I to 1. Or just fill this in with 1 instead, but we could just do it this way. Yeah, that should be fine. So this is going to create a bunch of buttons here. Now what do we want to do with these buttons? Well, what we're going to do is use a wrap box, possibly? Or a vertical box. There's a couple different containers that we can use here. I think for simplicity's sake, I'm going to use a vertical box just for now. And then later on, what we can do is we can create separate vertical boxes for each team. And then bind it that way. Regardless, we need to bind this to the canvas panel itself. I'm like super like future pacing this because I really don't want to come back and have to redo some of this stuff, honestly. Oh no, it's you canvas panel, not box. We'll just call this canvas. Do our include for this real quick. I just saw a function called add child to canvas. I'm gonna jump into this real quick just to see what this is doing. Okay, it's literally just the same thing as like add child. That's fine. All right. Before we get too crazy, maybe I should just like step back a minute here and just assign them all to one vertical box. Just to make sure that everything's working correctly. It's definitely the way to do this. Just comment that out real quick. Let's see here. Let's call this team vertical box. Team selection vertical box. Whoops. Add child to vertical box. We want to add our temp button in no particular order. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. All right. Now, when we have our lobby widgets initialized, we need to make sure to send a server RPC to the lobby itself, letting them know that the player assigned themselves to a new team. Yeah, player state should be valid at that point. whenever you're doing RPCs, very important, not only do you have to assign it like the ufunction server, but the function you actually create inside your CPP file has to have _ implementation right after it. Unreal makes like their own version of the function when they generate their code when you compile, so you have to do it this way for your functionality. Okay, so when one of these buttons is clicked, that's when we want to do this. Alright, I'm just in my head right now just thinking about how I want to do this. We just gotta get the player state here. So I believe we can just get owning player. Get owning player state, even better. Now, is this something that needs to manually be set, or is this... No, it looks like it is, looks like it actually works. It also looks like it's a template function as well, so we can just put in our own player state here. Okay. It's pretty good. So on the server side of things, we want to get the current game mode, and then we want to cast it and call our function select team. So I think right, we're inside user widget. So I mean, we can use in player state. We can grab the game mode that way. I'm gonna move this down, but I like being able to actually see what functions I have available to me. And this red squiggly line is going to give me a bunch of problems if I try to use it in there. Don't want our game instance, we want to get the game mode. What am I making? I am making kind of like a MOBA. I can actually show it real quick if you want to see it. It shouldn't break, I think. I'll just put it on base map. It's going to be a multiplayer game, so I have to take extra precaution when doing certain functionality, which is why I'm getting into like all the RPC stuff. but a lot of the assets right now are pretty much just like filler assets, and I'm just working out the mechanics and kind of like the feel of the game. But you have access to about like 28 different abilities. And the way you actually use abilities is if you hold down like Q, you get like a wheel that comes up. It also just has like placeholders. I just wanted to make sure that the functionality actually was, you know, there. But when you hovered over with your mouse, you're able to use them. So there's a bunch of different abilities that you have access to here. Like teleportation. The whole like point of the game. Yeah, okay, you know about gas? That's exactly what I'm using. I heard of gas like maybe like a year ago or so, and I was like, maybe one day I'll try something with it. So I looked up documentation and started creating something with it. But the whole point of the game is you select 3 different classes on your character, and you can mix and match different like abilities and like skill sets. So you can basically just do some like crazy combos to kill people with spells. So I've just been testing out a bunch of different abilities. Like this one, for instance. Stuff that just manipulates like other players. But yeah, I mean, thank you, I appreciate that. My main goal with it was to pretty much do everything in C++. I know like a lot of things with gas have like blueprints and everything built in. But I like to cause myself pain and agony, so I did it in C++. The whole game, like every single ability has like a scaling factor to it as well. So in the bottom right, players have something called essence, and like all IMO makes sense that abilities and effects be blueprints so much easier. Dude, yeah, it really is. It is so much easier to prototype. You're definitely not wrong. When I got into it, I was like, I'm gonna do the whole thing C++, no problem. And then like, I think we're on day 100 something. But I worked out all the kinks and everything for the most part. But yeah, I have scaling in the game, and the way scaling works is you have something called essence, which all characters and like PvE mobs have. When you kill them, you get half of their essence, and essence actually scales the damage of every single ability in the game. So the more you have, the more you do. And then I also have like other attributes behind the scenes, like resilience and like, you know, bigger and stuff like that for health, damage resist, all that good stuff. But yeah, it's been pretty fun actually making it all. Yeah, exactly. I can actually show you the functions that I created for that. I'm also making like equipment, and I'm like prototyping like loot drops and everything like that. That also gives stats as well. Where did I put my calculations at? In effects? Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, so I mean, there's like crit chance and stuff that I made here, like super basic. And then going into our gameplay abilities, I have this here, which is like, this is like the base class for a gameplay ability. So this is what every single ability in the game is a child of currently. This is how like all damage gets applied and everything too. How all the data is essentially packed from the local player and then sent to the server as well. There's still some like problems with like prediction with this. And I think it all is coming from the fact that I'm using like montages. So I'm like creating like ability tasks with a montage so I can like pinpoint the exact time that like a cast happens. Right now I have it set to where both server and client have to wait for that montage to like hit the event to send the ability forward. If I don't have this, it actually causes a prediction error, and then it just like locks the person from being able to use the ability again. But this is going to be like a day-long task of going in and sorting that out. I definitely have to refactor it. Right now, I am pretty much just setting up the lobby itself. So from the player state itself, I mean, I'm pretty sure like U gameplay statics actually has like a way to get the game mode. I forget how to get it from the player state. I just gotta pull a pointer to it. Alrighty, well. Does it need a reference to the world? I believe so. Yep, world context object. Here, pick player state. Changing get world from context object. Oh, that's how it's getting it. That makes sense. Alrighty. With the game mode, they would be in the lobby game mode. Oh, cast, whoops. Alright. All this is going to be moved down here. It's just much easier to code without BS making you feel insecure. Isn't there a risk of UB? Don't mind me while I just Google what UB is. Oh, undefined behavior? If they're in another game mode? So they're all going to be in the same game mode at this point. They're all going to have the lobby game mode because this specifically actually gets the like world or uses world to actually pull the game mode itself. And if there is no game mode, it comes back null. So this if statement wouldn't actually go through at that point. If the cast is a different type, if the cast is a different type, it actually just shouldn't allow this if statement to go. It should only go through if this is able to be set. This is my understanding of it. Yeah, exactly. It should be dynamic. This is, I believe, one of Unreal's own macros for it, or functions. Dynamic cast. Makes my life a lot easier, that's for sure. Yeah, it's super cool. It makes me have to care just like a little bit less, which is a good and bad thing. What function name did I give this? Select team, that's what it was. And just gonna do this in team ID and then in player state. Just like that. Cool, that's gonna send that RPC through. And the team ID should be updated on the player state. And thank God I got seamless travel to work, because now I can actually retain data even on world change and multiplayer. I was thinking of like saving it to the server's game state, because that replicates to all client game states as well. But I ran into some really weird problems with game state data being like reset, and I was like, maybe I'm like putting it on like the game instance or something, but no, it definitely was going to the game state. So I had to switch up what I had to do. Probably look into that later on, but I'm not gonna let it derail me for more than a couple days. Yeah, I have it, right now it's not like going to be like on a dedicated server. I'm doing a majority of the testing on listen server. Sometime in the future, I'm just going to have it as dedicated, but right now it's a lot easier and more cost effective for me to just do it through listen server at the moment. Also, currently, with playtesting everything, it's pretty much just me and my friends, just trying to break it as much as possible, so I can collect all the logs and fix it. Okay, so we got this going. What I'm gonna do is close down the engine real quick and just recompile it, because I really don't trust live coding when we create new classes like this. Oh, I didn't put class. Oh, I also noticed that I did not add to my array after doing this. Why are you throwing a fit here? What do you got? Let's see. No instance of related function. Team selection button. Oh, is it not using? Oh. Okay. There we go. Wasn't making an array of pointers. Let's see what else breaks. Wait a second. Server assigned team implementation is not a member of... Definitely is. Oh, wait, did I just forget to do... include here? That actually matters. Or did I just spell something wrong? Oh, yeah, I just spelled something wrong. Implementation. There we go. Whoa, that is crazy. It's not a red squiggle anymore. Usually it's going to like permanently be that. But I like adding a prefix of M to each member variable when coming in C++, so like M team selection button list, way it's easier to see which is local, which is variable part. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. I think I'm just like super used to just seeing like the color discrepancies with local versus like member. So like I said, like train my eyes that way. Usually I put like prefixes, like a prefix to a majority of the variables that I use, like booleans or like functions. For parameters, I usually put like in beforehand as well, all that stuff. But yeah, that's a pretty good way to do it too. I'm definitely trying to train myself to be a bit more organized with how I write. But yeah, there's a lot of code I gotta get back to and refactor. No, it's definitely a good recommendation. To be honest with you, I've only been learning C++ for probably less than a year, maybe, something like that. Yeah, I think C++ I started like, I don't know, maybe a little bit over a year at this point. Yeah, true. There's things in like web dev called like there's something called like ESLint, and it just like formats all your code for you like perfectly. And like, God, I wish Visual Studio had something like that. What do we got here? Static assert failed. Create widget can only be used to create user widget instances. If you create a uWidget, use widget. Oh, widget tree construct widget. Okay. Is it uWidget tree? Or do they literally mean widget tree create widget? style guide. There are C++ lint tools. Oh, there is? Clang Tidy is a good one. If you guys got any links, like, please. My like ADHD, when I see like something is just like triple spaced versus like double spaced, it's like drives me nuts. That is getting bookmarked. Boom. I appreciate that. Also, is widget tree like a built-in variable to user widget? I've used this before. Wait, I think I just saw it. Yeah, it is. There you are. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like a JSON file or something in that to where like you set up how you want the formatting to be. I believe that's what I had to do for JavaScript when I was doing like React stuff a while back. It's been a while. So if that's just a pointer or a t-object pointer, should be able to do this, yeah? Do I have to include widget tree? The widget tree contains, is that a private variable? That I actually did not check. Where are you? No, you're public. I know for a fact I used widget tree before. Do I have to do an include for it? Probably. Would be widgets, widget tree, or components? All right, well, Control C this right into Google. What do you got? Blueprint widget tree. Gotcha. Widget tree has no member creates widget. Visual Studio would never lie to me. Oh, it's construct widget. Okay. It didn't lie to me. Let's see here. Okay, so it wants the static class first. It doesn't even need... Oh, probably because I'm using widget tree to construct it. It doesn't need a reference or a pointer to a world context object. That makes sense. All right, time for this to explode again. Also, hello Paradox. Glad you could join. I definitely started way later than I usually do today. Mainly because I was researching RPCs and replication for that game state problem. And I found this amazing guide. Like, this dude is an absolute boss. Whoever wrote this, by the way. This is just like a straight master class on Unreal Engine RPCs and like any type of replication. I took a bunch of notes on this stuff. Super, super helpful. So shout out to them. Yeah, but like, to be honest with you, like any tips are like super welcome for cleaning up code. I've definitely looked up a bunch of like documentation and tutorials on how to do it better. I read through like all of like Unreal Engine's like guide on how to like maintain your code for scale. Now, have I followed all the rules? Probably not, but I tried to. All right. Going into our lobby. Oh shoot, I'm in the C++ section widget. Here we go. The lobby menu. Okay. Just need to regroup my thoughts real quick on how I was planning to do this originally. Pretty sure it was initialize. Yeah, initialize lobby widget. That will create all the buttons and add them there. Why did I need this T array again? I don't think I actually need this. I must have had a thought on why I needed to add all these to this array. I'm gonna keep it there just for now, because it might come back to me, but I don't think there's a point. Alright. Event pre-construct, event construct, event tick. I swear I made this blueprint callable. And it is public, so it should be. Where are you at? Do I need to reference this? I shouldn't. Where is my function? Is the widget a child of the C++ class? Oh yeah, true, wait. Yeah, it should be. I'm gonna feel really dumb if I didn't do that. Whoops. Thank you. I really don't want to admit how much time that probably would have taken me to check. So I'm just not going to talk about it. Don't need to bind this yet. What I need is some vertical boxes. Team selection, vertical box. Yeah, okay. And just for now, we'll slide this guy right over here. Give him like a 300 width. 700. Okay. Team selected vertical box. Oh, team selection. Select team button. Oh, that actually should be removed. We don't need this anymore. Since we're not going to be hard coding the buttons. The main goal is to create as many buttons as we need for as many players as we have and however many teams as well. So with that being said, probably going to close this and just recompile one more time. But I also appreciate you pointing that out. If you guys ever catch me seeing or doing really stupid, simple mistakes like that, feel free to speak up. Because sometimes I just get lost in the sauce. All right. I also think all the VODs for Twitch should be saving onto Twitch now. So if any of this stuff is confusing, a lot of the things that I created right now, I went over my thought process behind it way earlier. So you should be able to see those. But if it's not being saved here, I think it's being recorded on YouTube. Or it should be at least. Okay. No errors, you like to see that. There we go, that's beautiful. The amount of players, let's do 8, 2 teams. And we'll call, wait, no, not add to viewport. It's already added to the viewport. I think I'm allowed called after underlying slate widget is constructed. So this is called after it's constructed. I mean, worst case scenario, if I can't assign delegates here safely, I'm just going to move it outside of construction. I think event construct works the same as begin play. And we'll see in a second. Let's head to the lobby map here and launch this. Crash? Is it up? Oh no, look at that, buttons. Okay, cool. You like to see that. It was able to set the buttons. Client 1, we'll click that guy. I really should have put logs for these actually. We'll click that guy and we'll just click the bottom one here. And we'll see if it saved their teams as they load in. Nope, defaulted at 255. Alright, well, time to put some logs in. See what's happening. We need to have some knowns in here so I can figure out where to look for the real problem. What I'm gonna do actually is just for the sake of it, I'm gonna create a uint8 here and label this current team ID. Just take this out of this here. Because I'm actually gonna print this. See what we're actually assigning here. And then once it's actually assigned, when submit ID is called through this delegate, I want to see what it actually brings back up. Team button ID. So that should be something where when they're created, it'll print out all the IDs that were given, and when something is clicked on, it will tell me what ID it has. Now for the game mode, this is somewhere else we actually have to look. Oh, god damn it. It was a blank function. Okay. Got it. Well, it's okay. Because we could just do this. But I also want to print out the server RPC when it's called. So do that right here. Alright. That did say, yeah, live coding succeeded. Let's try this again. This one's being assigned as 255. That shouldn't be right. Also, there should only be 2 teams. Oh, I see an immediate problem with my math on this now. And it just hit me. Yeah, in amount of teams is 2. I'm also surprised I didn't catch this originally. These are not in the correct order. So like right here, I'm artificially deflating this value by 1 because I want the team IDs to start at 0. But what's happening is in this for loop, it starts at 0, and you can't do 0 minus 1 on a UN8 because it just rolls back to 255 as the default because it can't go negative. So no matter what, this should be 1. Yeah, no, wait, okay. Oh boy. I think I thought about this all the wrong way when I was actually creating this. I'm gonna have to redo that, I'm gonna have to redo the math on that. Yep. So this should actually take... I'm just gonna make a temp variable here so I can just work this out instead of doing it all in my head. So in amount of teams, in amount of players. So if there's like 4 teams, 16 players, that means you would want every 4th. I mean, I could just use there's a couple ways to do this. So we have this here. This is the amount of players per team. So I mean, there's like a way that we can actually like increment this as well. So we could probably do something like okay, coming from web dev, this should work. I gotta look up the C++ syntax on this. Oh, whoops, not. Put a question mark. This should be a way cleaner way to do this. Amount of players, amount of teams, find out how many players per team. Then we just up the team counter. Every time there is a 0 remainder. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Oh, well, nearly perfect. Teams are starting at 1 instead of 0. That's because I starts at 0. So I'll just artificially inflate this by 1 then. Alright. Oh, damn you. Alright, I'll do it this way. Feels disgusting doing it that way, but it's simple. When I click that, oh shit. Actually didn't bind to the delegates here either. It's not an Unreal Engine macro delegate, so I should just be able to, well, technically it is, but it's not dynamic. Let's see here, sign team. Okay. There's always like one or two things that I miss right there. Now it should be good though. Welcome back. I feel like I've seen your name before, Serial Killer. I watch like a lot of indie horror dev, because there's not like too many people that I see that do like C++, UE5 dev stuff. I feel like I've seen your name in his chat before, but it could have been somebody else with a very similar name. Yeah. I always like to creep on what other people are doing, so I can feel a little bit more insecure about my own abilities in coding, but also to learn. How many delays do I got going to deal with unsolved race conditions? Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. I use delegates like a good boy. I never use delays, I promise. I love going on like the Unreal Engine forums and just like seeing people with like either like race conditions or just like they'll just like have so much shit just like piled in like begin play, and they'll be like, oh, why is this thing null in like begin play, but then like I see it in logs doing this and that. And there's always that one dude just like, just use delegates, and then the guy will usually reply, what's that? I'm using a delay right now just to like fix the problem, but like, why is it doing it? Oh no, my team IDs are off. But that's okay. Is it working correctly with multiple people? Yeah. Like the networking side is pretty good. I mean, the only thing that I'm trying to do right now is just have lobby data transfer into the game itself. Wait, I think I just saw. Oh, you bastard! Seamless travel's disabled. I gotta make sure that's defaulted. That's actually messing me up. Oh, come on. I've typed this in so many times. There we go. Yeah, the standalone the pie. Oh man. Alright. Clickety clack. Okay, set team, blah blah. On the server. Oh, so for another thing I gotta check is since my game has a listen server, instead of calling server assign team here, if my remote role is authority, then I just want to I'll just turn it into a function. I'll just do it. I was on this train for a while, determined to make a multiplayer game, and even though I learned a ton, it's absolutely exhausting to deal with race conditions a lot. Oh, dude, you have no... Well, you do have an idea, because, like, you're saying that. Where I remade the gas inside blueprints myself. Yeah, so I'm using gas. Like, all of my gameplay abilities. I remade, like, the base U gameplay ability class itself. So it works with like what I'm trying to do. And I sorted out a majority of the problems. Prediction is still one thing that I really have to work on, because if like a client has 60 ms or something, like there is that noticeable delay. So that definitely has to get fixed. Yeah, single player games are cool. I mean, I made a small like demo for a horror game a while back for like a game jam, but I didn't get to submit it because they changed the submission date like 2 weeks before or something, and they like moved it up. And so it like ended like way before I knew, and I just didn't see the email that they moved it up. Rip. Let's turn this guy into a function, shall we? This is called assign team. Probably gonna change. Yeah, this is gonna get changed to something else. This should definitely be better. So now we got the base function and the server RPC. I hate setting that as like reliable, but I'm so paranoid that something's gonna happen if I don't. Like visual effects and stuff, I definitely just set on reliable. But I feel like team assignment is pretty important. Oh, synced animations? Oh, dude, I mean, I could kind of show you how to do that. Because, like, a lot of my stuff was like animation based, and it would I used ability tasks to sync up stuff like that. Let me open up my class here actually. Where is my montage? Somewhere here. So for example, if client wants to assassinate server player, yeah, so the montage will happen, and then the server's going to verify that the player clicked it. The one thing that I gotta work on is I think I have to like set up the prediction key for before the montage starts, because I'm getting like a slight delay on some things. Like I have this this wait task for essentially like the network and the client to like sync together for when an animation completes and like the next event starts. And this is due to the fact that like if a player spams an ability and like the server still thinks that like they're on their last animation from the previous ability, the prediction like is still going to be processing, so it actually just locks them out of using their ability, which is why I have this here. But this is something that you would probably use if you wanted to sync up animations. Like there will be like probably like a really small delay when the player goes to do the animation, but this will make it so that the server and client are synced together when the animation actually starts. But I am working on getting the prediction to be a lot better, so it looks a lot cleaner. So I'll definitely keep you updated on that part of it too. But yeah, ability test network sync point. I don't know if that helps you or not, but that's what I used. I think that all looks pretty good. Submit team ID, team button 0. I definitely gotta put more logs in here. It'll just make it a lot easier to keep track of this stuff. Like if this is actually going through or not. Okay. This is going to be a ton of stuff in the logs, but I'm going to significantly reduce it once I find out where problems are happening. Did like a bunch of like computer repair stuff for like over a decade, so like the way my brain works, going through like any like diagnosis of like a problem, it's just setting up like a bunch of controls, and I know that's probably like the standard thing to do, but it also helps me sort through everything a lot faster. That is not. Do that one more time. All right. Yeah, there we go. Game mode, null appointer. Game mode valid. Yeah, the game mode's only valid on the server. So I mean, I could go into the player state and set this, and that should work, technically. Alright. Take a look at this in a second. I'm gonna fill my water real quick, run to the bathroom. I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes most. One second. Alrighty. Okay. That's right. That's what I was gonna do. So I gotta make a function on the player state. And that will send an RPC. Yeah, so essentially I'm just gonna be moving these functions here over to the player state itself. It's probably a lot easier that way, actually, because that's something I don't have to send via RPC anymore. Just eliminate the player state itself. Okay. Let's open this up and make it. I don't have cast tabs here. Where do I want to put you? Let me make room for you at the bottom here. Alright, that should fix the problem. Shit, forgot to put implementation after it. Surely this is not going to crash. Surely. As soon as I say that. Team selection button 19. I really want to get this lobby thing done today. At least get the functionality complete so I can just make it look pretty tomorrow. That's the goal. Okay. Because once I get the teams pretty much saturated, then I can move into creating the rest of the game mode itself. I want to have a playtest ready by the weekend so I can test out, make sure all the features are working that were just implemented. And then I'm probably going to be revamping some of the ability design itself and just create more abilities that help with class identity. There's like, when like creating like classes in like any type of like multiplayer game, it's good to kind of give like a little like mini game that the player should be like focused on the whole time. So like for instance, one of the classes I have is a pyromancer. Their whole thing is like stacking burn effects on a target. So the mini game is to like see how many stacks you can get on the target. But you want to incentivize players to do that, so you create abilities based off of that mini game. So I have to create a bunch of more abilities that just play around that, whether it be like adding more stacks to it, spreading the stacks to other targets, stuff like that. Alright, seamless travel. You are not on, aren't you? You keep shutting yourself off, so I don't expect you to be on. Of course. I'm pretty sure there's something in the engine file that I have to change. Oh, I did it again. Okay. Let's do that. Game mode, null pointer. Interesting. But on the server, it is valid. I'm sending this via server RPC. So on the server itself, it's trying to call this function. Game mode should be valid on the server. I mean, on the listen server directly it is. Okay. I'm gonna open up my magical book and see really quick what is going on. Okay. Yeah, client doesn't have access to game mode, even through server RPC, so there has to be a different way to do this. Just gonna bring my little book over here actually. Yeah, I can't stress enough how awesome this guy is for making this. Alright. I'm gonna take a different approach. I mean, technically, all this is doing is just setting a generic team ID. I don't even think I need to access the game mode itself. So if I just like stole this, actually I need to put some of that back. I just stole this part. And replaced it. Yeah, I don't know why I was so gung-ho on putting that on the game mode itself. Maybe that was when I was messing around with the game state. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me now after reading all that. Nice. Okay. Alright. That worked. Set you. You are team 255. Actually, let's set you to team 0. I don't know if that updated yet on that side. Somebody kept their team ID. The other two did not. Oh, it's a const version of player state. Is that affecting? That might be affecting how this is, how this is working. I believe these are all const though. From player index, I don't want that. That shouldn't be correct. The client is seeing itself as a net rule authority. That feels good. Finally. It all works. Good old victory stretch. Gonna find a different way to do this for sure. But as of right now, it works as intended. Man, that is such a good feeling. So the next step in the process is dynamically creating vertical boxes. And what I'll probably do is store them in a grid. And then I'll have the backgrounds of the vertical boxes be a different color, or maybe I'll use like an image or something behind them. And then change the tint of the image. I still don't know why I'm adding this to an array. All right. Just from a prototyping standpoint, wonder how a grid would look with vertical boxes. I just crashed my editor. Oh no, we're good. Man, it feels really good to get that lobby menu thing working. See how a grid looks. Uniform grid panel. We'll just set you on the side here. This is probably gonna have to be something relatively big, like 650 by, I don't know, 850. Whoa. Unreal's having a hard time keeping up. Oh, nope, this is a uniform grid panel. This is going to be pretty much axed. We're just going to dynamically create some vertical boxes from now on. Temp. Vertical box. I actually think I need this to be a member variable, because we're going to be using this multiple times to group teams. So I think when my team counter increases, that's when I'm going to change this. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna make a static, or I'm just gonna use the static class of the base U vertical box. I don't need anything crazy. Yeah, I think this looks pretty good. I might switch off of using a uniform grid, but I think it suits the purpose for this. Alright. Just had to restart the stream on YouTube. Looks like it was running into some problems. Actually, I just made some new... I'm gonna recompile this. Okay, could probably get rid of this. Oh shit, that's the Y. Alright, let's see if this thing auto-populates. It looks like it did. But there's only 4 buttons that showed up. Should be 8. Okay, this is all team 1. So that means team 0 is not being created. Oh, it's either that or they're overlapping each other? I don't think so. Nah, no way. This must be getting reset somehow. Is it getting garbage collected? No shot. We just made that within like frames of that happening. Oh, thanks for the follow. I don't even think my notification thing is working. Do you want a code I see? I'm afraid to learn C. Let me tell you, it looks really intimidating, and I don't expect anybody to like come in here and like no. Yeah, so I'm gonna be honest, like this may look intimidating, but like when you write your own code, it just like it just clicks, like it makes so much sense. Started learning Java. That's what I started with. There's this I went through this one course, and this is what got me like hooked on programming. It's a Java course, and I think it's like 12 weeks or something, but it's how I started. I can actually show you what it is. It's provided free by this the University of Helsinki. Yeah, sure. I just want to see if this is it. Oh, this is the Python version. So they have like different languages. They have Python, they have Java. They also teach like cybersecurity and stuff too. I'm gonna put out like a link to all the courses, but the one specific one that I would look at would be their Java course. They also have ones on like building AI and stuff, which is really cool. Free trial? All of them should be free. Yeah, all the courses there should be free. Oh, here it is. Use Eclipse. Oh, Eclipse, that brings back memories. That's what I used back in high school. I think this specific course that I just linked. Yeah, no problem. That specific course I just linked there uses NetBeans, and the really awesome thing about it is it actually like quizzes you and stuff, and it gives you like a score on like a percentage of like how like correct you are with like the code that you submit. And if you're like, you know, like 40% or whatever, it'll tell you what in your code you like did wrong, so you can go back and correct it. So it actually like actively tests you as you're doing it. It's really cool. Highly recommend. But yeah, it should be all free. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, the MOOC.fi, like all their courses are usually really high quality. This is the weirdest thing. Yeah, It is a really good one. It's what I used uh, in high school when I was learning. But the NetBeans IDE, or yeah, I think it's NetBeans, is a little bit slower, but it does a really good job, especially because you get to be tested as you're doing it. If you ever have questions like doing any of the Java stuff, feel free to ask. I'm an open book when it comes to stuff like that. I'm always willing to help people learn. This is the craziest thing. Hey, it's all good. You get to learn outside of high school. When I was like learning programming in high school, like the class was like pretty cool, but I don't think they like I don't know, like looking back at it, they didn't really teach it in a really great way. The flow of the class was pretty slow. Like I think the first thing we did in the computer science class that I took was like learn about, I think, like how to insert RAM sticks into a computer or something, and it was just like, I don't think I need to know that for programming. Yeah. I've fixed computers for like over a decade at this point. Not saying in high school I did that, but I was like building computers when I was like around like 12 or 13. So it's been a while. The fact that this isn't getting called is actually concerning me. Because it should be. But yeah, I've taught probably about like 20 people so far how to program. The majority of them went through that same exact course. Yeah, it's a great resource, and Google is as well. I still use it pretty much every day. They said I have C#. So when I learn good enough Java, I can turn to C#. Are you looking for C# or C++? Because I don't know if they do have like a C# thing. C++, I have like better resources for C++ than probably what they have. C#? I heard C++ is hell and I want to make games. Oh, C++ is what I'm coding in. C++ is actually relatively close to Java because they're both object based programming languages. The best feeling in the world is like when you're learning how to code and like you're just like struggling on like one like topic, and then like 1 minute you'll just like think about like a new way of doing it and you'll be like, oh my god, it works. You're just like blown away. We call those breakthroughs. Right now I am like totally just stuck on why this is not actually getting created. And it is killing me because it's definitely something really dumb. I mean, it shows that it's constructing it. I might actually pin that programming course so everyone else can take a look at it. It's super helpful. Alright, you. Why are you not getting created? What did I spell wrong? It's gotta be something. Really depends on what your goal is. I love C++, to be honest with you. I went from learning Java to JavaScript and React library. Framework? Library? I don't know what they call it. Didn't really like it that much. But then I went to C++ and I haven't looked back. Web dev just is not my thing. Gosh, I wish there was a better way to debug widgets. I really do. When you're saying for what is C++, like what course for C++? Or are you saying like what should you use C++ for? Is there a way I can see how many objects are attached to this panel? That's what I would love to do. Oh yeah, hell yeah, okay, there's a T-array. Print out the amount. Yeah. Oh, what is C++ for? One of the biggest things is probably game development. In the financial space, they also use it for day trading and stuff because it's really performative. There's a lot of financial corporations that'll pay you tons and tons of money if you can just speed up their software, even like a couple percentage. Good old children. Yeah, it has a bunch of things you could do with it, so it's super helpful to learn it. How much money? A lot. Like, a lot of money. I've heard people making upwards of like $600,000 working for banks and trading firms, designing software. Like it's Google kind of money, or more, because it's the financial space, so they pay a ton. Give you C++ course. I would try the Java one first, because the thing is, Java is like super. I can't say intro, but like there's like so much material out there to like learn it. Give me the course. The course I have specifically is for C++ for Unreal Engine development, which is a little bit different than the financial stuff. I don't know if I know like a really good course for like making low latency software, which is what that would be. If you look up like low latency C++, that is what you'd want to get into. That's what the financial companies would want. Yeah, it's code that runs at compile time, not runtime. That's the biggest difference. I know a lot. I don't think I do, to be honest with you, but hey, I appreciate the compliments. There's definitely way smarter people out there than me. These are overlapping. Okay. That's great. You can tell because there should be 2 vertical boxes on the screen here, from what this is saying. So, how do I fix the uniform grid from overlapping? I'm gonna ask my good friend Google real quick. You found a course? Yeah, sure, why not? I'm pretty laid back. Oh, this one? Yeah. I think this is one that I've watched before. This guy right here. What is low latency C++? It is the fastest shit on the earth. That's what it is. It is crazy fast. There's like so many different avenues you can go down with like C++ in general. Like you can make lock-free, something called like lock-free programming. And it's all about manipulating your processor to not lock variables when it's changing them. You can go down like the rabbit hole of like learning how processors work and how like oscillation happens inside your processor, where it just flicks back and forth on like logic gates inside like your ALUs. Java is the slowest shit on earth. No, I mean, maybe it's pretty slow, but the thing is, it's like, I think it's easier to learn. At least for me, when I did it, it was pretty easy. If you are able to do that Java course, you definitely can do the C++ thing. What do I do for a living? Dude, listen, there's no way I stream for a living. I think I have like maybe like 4 or 5 viewers, and this is probably like my 3rd or 4th day actually streaming. But I build and fix computers for a living. That's what I do. And I've been doing that for probably like over a decade. Maybe I need to set these things to like take up a certain amount of space. Yeah, I think I pretty much just had to set like padding and everything so this does not lock or overlap. That's fun. I wish I could do that. Oh no, you don't. Oh my gosh. So like a majority of the time, with computer repair, especially like with like retail, so like you're dealing with like typically like older people that don't know anything about computers and they get super frustrated. So like you usually just end up just getting screamed at like all day long, but like they're not intentionally doing it at you. They're just like they don't understand technology, so they just get really mad and they take it out on you. Yeah, just imagine if your parents called you for like questions of like how to turn your laptop on or how to like print something from your phone. But just imagine you get those calls like every single day, 2 to 3 hours, or 2 to 3 times per hour. So the thing is, the children inside this grid panel are just overlapping. So there's got to be a way that we can I think I still have child layout. Min desired slot width. Just set that to 100 by 100. No dice. Okay. Yeah, it's not too much fun. Alright, let's just do some outrageous numbers here. Whoa, not 2,000. I'm at 200. There's gotta be something. I know like a wrap box would work. I thought a uniform grid panel sounded fancy, so I was like, oh, maybe I'll just use that. Starting to not want to use it anymore, honestly. Alright, thank you for stopping by. Have a good night. Can't say I'll have much fun though. I'm nearly done though. Just a couple more things to do here. And then I'll feel good about today. I think like literally the only thing we have to do is just get these goddamn vertical boxes to stop overlapping. Maybe I just replace this with a horizontal box. At least then I'll know it works. Set this guy here. 0, 0. What is that, 1200 by 850? And we just gotta set the alignment back here. It already exists, yeah. I'm deleting that anyways. It's gonna say it can't compile, that's fine. I'm gonna close out of this and change this up a bit. I'm gonna do that. U horizontal box. Nice. All right. I'm gonna compile this. Alright, well, this is booting up. I'm gonna go fill my water again real quick, use the bathroom. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, give or take. 1 second. Alrighty. Let's see where we're at here. God damn, it's been, what is that, 4 hours? It's probably the longest stream yet. Also, level streaming, gotta make sure that's enabled. Or seamless travel, I mean. It is not. I gotta remind myself to okay, I'm gonna stop hitting enter now. Cool. Oh, that is absolutely beautiful. Look at that. All the buttons not overlapping. I'll add padding and everything like that. But yeah, okay, so they are getting sorted. Just like we need them to. So if we do it this way, let's go into our lobby menu again. And we'll just add some padding in here. Oh, I guess the vertical boxes themselves have to have padding. Get rid of that. It's not set render transform. Oh man, where do they keep the padding? Real quick. I'm just gonna toss one in here. Padding is located inside of... Oh, I guess it doesn't have padding directly on it, huh? I always thought that like they at least had like margin or something like that. I mean, there are spacers that we can put in. It's probably another way to do it. Probably just create a spacer and put it between them then. Yeah, sure, why not? Since the spacer's going to be a one and done thing, we actually don't have to make this a member. This can just be a local thing that just gets reused. So what is it called? Use spacer? It's not a box or anything. Let's look it up in the documentation. Yeah, it's just called use spacer. There's the include. We initially do not need a spacer. We actually only need a spacer created after our first vertical box is made. And then how this would work is we add in the spacer before we create and add in this vertical box. Yeah, okay, that looks pretty good. Spacer probably has like a setting in it, I would assume, for like how much padding you can give. Let's see what the parameters are for this. Yeah, it's literally, okay. So oh wait, maybe we don't need spacers. I'm kind of just testing some things out here, to be honest with you. Is there a way to... Oh, these each have slots in them. What I'm trying to look for is it looks like you can actually get the slot that this is in and then set the padding that way. I would assume you could do the same thing for a vertical box if I put it into here, put it in here. Yeah. Slot padding. There's got to be a way to set that. Wait. Is slot a pointer? It is. So slot is the parent slot of the current U widget. Okay. So if that's the case, what we're going to do is get rid of these spacers for a second. After we add this vertical box to be a child of the horizontal box, this slot should be set then. Come on, Visual Studio. Don't do me like this. There's gotta be some type of padding parameter here. This is the parent slot of the U widget allows us. Yeah, okay. Is it because I don't have the include for this? I feel like I don't have all of the functions that I should. think we're nearly there. Slot 0 should be the direct parent, I would assume. It's like set padding just doesn't exist. It's crazy. Alright, now did we just call it with this and say this is a win here? Because we got it working, we got like the team, like all the team IDs are being assigned correctly. And they're persistent through level transfer or multiplayer. I think this might be a good stopping point for this. And then what I'll probably do is do some research tonight on I want to go through tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be setting up the actual game mode for this, which is going to be like an arena style game mode with multiple rounds. It's going to have to check the team size of remaining teams. It's going to be single elimination, meaning that like when a player dies, they don't respawn until, you know, the team dies. Yeah, so there's a lot of variation in that to take into account, so I think I'm just going to get that all structured. And then when we come back tomorrow, which I should be on and streaming around like 11-ish, probably like 11 tomorrow, we'll get that game mode created and have it set for playtesting this weekend, internally of course. But yeah, sounds good. I appreciate anybody that is still watching. Hopefully you learned something today. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to write a message in the chat and I'll definitely get back to you. But with that being said, I'm going to sign off for now, and I'll see you tomorrow around 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.